Okay, this hasn't made the news yet. I just looked for it and can't find it anywhere. But I can tell you the first call came in at 8:22 from Bethel Park Police Dispatch, Allegheny County, Pennsylvania. Caller reporting male just shot her husband. That was at 8:22. At 8:25, area of Horning, Willis. Caller reported male just shot her husband. Suspect on other line
34.
has set gun down outside.
Good. Both the OLNs you gave me are valid, negative W.
So the suspect was on the phone with the police on another line.
Second one is wife. She's with her.
So I don't know if it was one of the children, if it was a roommate, if it was her lover. Don't know yet. Area at 8:28. It reported area of Horning Willis. Caller reporting male just shot her husband. S3 has suspect detained. So they detained him 6 minutes after the first call came in. Has suspect detained, both firearms secured, medics at work. So I guess they're trying to, they're working on her husband, I guess. That's at 8:38. 8:41. Caller reporting male just shot her husband. Suspect detained, both firearms secured, medics at work. Detective OS. Detective on scene. And that's the last update we got so far. And it's on the scanner, but they're not doing a whole lot of talking. Oh, that's that. News before it's news. I think there's a channel called Before It's News. But, anyway, that's not the goal of my show. Whoops. That is not the goal of my show to be news before it's news. The goal is to talk about things happening and related to what the Bible says is going to happen. And have an avenue for people to call in and share their stuff, their concerns, their thoughts, their eyewitness accounts, news in their area, skies in their area, weather in their area, scriptures, and more. And this thing hasn't loaded yet. I'm waiting. I don't know if the thing's slow because of the storms or what. And earlier today, it was nothing but red on the warnings. It was crazy. A whole list of tornadoes everywhere. Not everywhere, but there was a lot of them. There was 36 tornado warnings at once in different parts of the U.S. And I guess there's some cyclone close to hitting somewhere. Some other country. I forgot, a typhoon. Oops. Alright. Hi, Suzanne. How are you, honey? So,
14 days.
so yeah, there was I don't know if you heard what I was saying. There was a call at 8:22 to Bethel Park Police Dispatch, which is in Allegheny County, Pennsylvania, and caller called reporting male just shot her husband, and then within 6 minutes, well, 3 minutes later, they reporting male shot her husband. Suspect is on the other line. Has just set gun down outside. So the guy that shot him called the police on another phone. Said he put his gun outside. um, then at 8:28, it said the area of Horning Willis, caller male just shot her husband. Um, S3 has suspect detained. So, 6 minutes later, they already had the suspect detained. And then they had both firearms secured, and the medics were at work. Now there's a detective on the scene, and that's the last report we got from them so far. So, I don't know what kind of situation that is, because the guy shot him, and then he called police on his own phone, set the guns outside, and waited on them. So, I don't know. And I don't know how the guy is doing that was shot, because they did say medics were on the scene. So, don't know. Sounds like maybe a family dispute, although it doesn't say family. It said man, a man, didn't say neighbor. You would think when she called in, she would have said my neighbor, or, yeah, it's not on the news yet. I just looked. There's nothing on the news yet. Hey, LD, how are you? Yeah, so much is going on in the world, everywhere. Yesterday was busy, and that poor officer last night died. She was 26 years old. Remember we were listening to that live, Suzanne? That officer died. That was in Sacramento, and I was playing the scanner live until the police took it off the air, and we could hear the police. The man was, the officer had answered a domestic violence call, and her and some other officers went over there with the lady, so the lady could remove some belongings from the house without having issues from the man. Well, the man got home and started shooting at the police and shot the one police officer. And then he kept shooting so the other police officers couldn't get to her to help her. So she lay there for 50 some minutes before they got a one of those SWAT trucks in there, one of those armor trucks that could take bullets. They finally got that in there to get her out of there. She died at the hospital. Anyway, we were listening to it live, and yeah, she was only 26. Um, we could hear one policeman got shot in the arm, another policeman was pulling up, and you could hear him on the radio, get back, or back up, back up, back up, you're in the hot zone, you're in the hot zone. And the guy was still firing. It went on for hours. So, and you know what? He killed a police officer, and they did not kill him. It was almost daybreak, and they got him to surrender, and they took him into custody. You know, yeah, and you know how that goes sometimes, especially after he's killed one police officer, and then shooting, shot another police officer in the arm, shot up all their vehicles. They were cutting lights off in the neighborhood. They were cutting power off in the neighborhood. They had snipers on roofs. They had a hard time getting to this man because every angle they tried to get, he would start shooting. Don't know his story. I haven't even looked it up today. I just know and I don't even care about his story because the young lady is dead. He could at least let the police, get her to safety. He didn't have to keep shooting at them, so they couldn't even get her off the ground. So she probably lost too much blood in that 50-some minutes she had to lay there before they could even get a truck in there. And that's not the ambulance crew. That's a SWAT truck to get her body out of there so they could get her help. Oh, yeah, it was. Yeah, and then there's just And then I pulled up the weather thing earlier, and it was nothing but red. Everything was a tornado. I mean, it was ridiculous. It was 36 tornado warnings. I was like, wow. Oh, I don't know yet. It's not on the news, and I've got their scanner on, but they're not saying much. The policeman just said something about talking to the wife, so I guess they're interviewing her right now on what she says happened. It's not on the news yet. It's just those six different pings that went to the scanner when they first got the call, and then the gunman actually called in on another line, and he set his guns outside, and then 6 minutes later, they reported that they had him apprehended, and they secured 2 weapons, so he went there with 2 weapons, I guess. I don't know if he was a neighbor or if he lived there too, don't know anything yet. Except that he obviously turned himself in because he called them. He was on the other phone with them. Uh, I guess while she was still making her report, and he told them over the phone he was setting the gun outside, so they could come in and get him or whatever. So I guess so they wouldn't, shoot him. So they've got him apprehended. They've got both guns secured, and the detective is on the scene, and the medics are on the scene, and that's all they've said so far. Oh, yeah, that's in Pennsylvania. Hold on, I'll tell you. Allegheny County. It's um, area of. I really need my reading glasses. It's either Homing or Horning Willis is the area, and it's the Bethel Park Police Dispatch in Allegheny County, Pennsylvania. And that's all they've given us so far. Both firearms are secured. Medics at work. They're working on the man that was shot.
That's 430. Go for 30. The neighbors to the side supposedly have cameras that see half of this backyard. Appreciate it. It's 25. It's one side of Mercy.
Oh, wow.
13 of Mercy.
So he just said, I guess one of the neighbors has cameras in their backyard that should have caught part of it. Yeah, I don't know why it hasn't made it on the news yet, but I Googled it and I couldn't find anything for Allegheny County on shots fired or anything yet on the news. I don't know if it's like a small town or population. I don't know. Yeah, no, they said the area. They didn't say the road, but they said that area. So it might be on that road. Oh, really? Wow. Is it a big road? Let me read it to you again what it says. It says area of homing / Willis. So I guess homing and Willis. Caller reported male just shot her husband. And then the next call was suspect detained. And then both firearms secured. Medics at work. Detective on scene. And then, before that, they reported when the suspect called in. Yeah, so it just says area of homing / Willis. So I don't know if you have like an area called homing and Willis, or if that's the intersection of the two streets. It's the Bethel Park Police Dispatch. So I guess um, for the area of Bethel Park, or at least that's where the police dispatch came from. The call came from. Are you near Willis too? Yeah, Suzanne's in PA too, but I think she's up. She's near the Poconos. So I don't know how far that is from where you are. Ugh, man, I'm tired. LD, are you okay? I mean, it would seem like the man knows the man. Because there's a lot of crazy people in the world. Um, yeah, so the man shot the man. The wife called, said, my husband's been shot. The next call the police got was from the man that shot him. Said, I sat the gun outside, and he was on the phone with them. And I guess he surrendered. 6 minutes later, they had him apprehended.
Oh, Bethel, go ahead. Almost 2916. Hey, do you have a media staging area? I've got media here.
Uh,
We do not have a media staging area. Tell them to get out of here. If they want to get out of a municipal building, that would be the staging area for them.
they just told the media, get out of here. The media was asking if there was a staging area. The cop told him, we don't have a staging area. Go down to the municipal center. Get out of here. He had that accent, like that New Jersey accent. Get out of here. Oh, good.
Case 04-3, I'm in service to the building. 104, domestic. Your vehicle there? Give access to it. Affirmative. Temple, if you want to take that, myself, 122, and you will be in service to call.
Yeah. They sure ain't doing a lot of talking on the radio. Not like the Sacramento thing last night. That was crazy. That was almost like that Ohio tornado when we were listening to fire and rescue, and another tornado came through while they were trying to rescue people. Get out of here, yeah. You heard that, didn't you? He said, get out of here. Tell them, get out of here. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I guess the media was trying to cover it, and they told them there was no staging area. Go to the municipal center. Which, it obviously is a controlled, I would figure it's a controlled scene. Pittsburgh, Pittsburghese, Pittsburghese. Oh, it sounded New Jersey to me, but yeah, I guess it could be. Um, yeah, I was listening to the Brooklyn police this morning because they had an incident there, and man, you talk about an accent. Anyway, oh, are they really talking about food shortages? I feel you on that, Suzanne. They sure aren't very active on the radio. I guess they're still doing the investigation, finding out which neighbors have cameras in their yards. And I mean, it kind of seems cut and dry. If I mean, I guess you never know because the suspect was on the phone just about as quick as the woman that called and said her husband was shot. It was 3 minutes later that came across the scanner that they had the suspect on the phone. He had already set his gun outside. I don't know. If it was a neighbor, I don't know, a roommate, a lover, who knows? I guess it'll be in tomorrow's paper. I was hoping they'd give us a couple of clues. There's going to be food shortages all across the world. It's all this weather and the oh my gosh. So look, there is something strange with some of these birds. And, I noticed it a few times, like around the job. And I'm like, maybe it's just the way the light's hitting them or something, right? But today it was super, super dark clouds. I was out there filming the clouds because there was a storm coming in with no sun. And this bird, its wings, the top of its wings, not the underneath part, the top of his wings were like glowing, super, 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 super bright, glowing white. I mean, it just, it's not, it is not normal. Um, if it's some kind of bird that's made its way around here that I never heard of, I don't know. But then, while I was sitting in here, I saw a bird that looked like a pigeon, except for the white on him was that same super glowing, bright, 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 like glowing white. Not even like a normal bright white, like glowing, like it was so bright. So I don't know if the UVC is bleaching their, I don't know if the UVC rays is bleaching them, um, or if they got some radiation poison from Fukushima and they're glowing. I mean, there's something very strange about them. And first I just thought it was that one kind of bird, because at first I thought it was like a seagull, and it still may be a seagull. I've got to get one on a video or camera for y'all to see, because it is crazy. Um, but then this other one definitely looked like a pigeon. I mean, well, he had the gray stripes like a pigeon with a little bit of white and a little bit of black on him. But I was looking at him through the window, and then his white was super bright, glowing white. And I'm like, that's strange. I don't know if anybody else is seeing that around the world. The birds. Have you heard, have you seen the ones I'm talking about? The super, super bright white glowing, like they're radioactive or something. Oh, there was so many severe. There was so many tornadoes today. I just couldn't believe it. I came to the screen and everything was red. It was 36 red boxes. I was like, whoa. And of course, there was a bunch of thunderstorms, or severe thunderstorms after that. But there was a bunch of tornado ones. I'd like to know what's making these birds' wings glow that bright white. Like, um, it's strange. It's real strange looking. And like I said, the other time I see the sun was out, and I'm like, well, maybe it's just the way the sun is hitting them. But today it happened to be super dark because we had all those dark storm clouds over us. And I was like, okay, well, the sun ain't hitting that one, so why is he glowing white like that? But even in the sun, like the one I saw at work the other day, even though, the sun was out, I was like, still, I'm 56 years old. I've seen birds fly in the sun, for 56 years. I've never seen them look like they're painted. Um, I don't know how to explain it because it's so bright. I've never seen it before. So I don't know. Maybe they're alien birds. I don't know. It's probably from the UVC. I mean, if it bleached the coral reefs, it might be bleaching their white feathers whiter. I don't know. I mean, it hasn't bleached the crows and the ravens. They're still, your hubs saw three super bright birds with black wings. He looked it up. And Google had a scarlet tanger. Huh? Yeah, well, whatever this was a pigeon with super bright white. Just a little bit of his wings were white, but it was super, super, super bright. And then the other bird was all white. But, the underneath of him wasn't that glowing white. Just the top of his wings. It was, and the top of his head and stuff. Just crazy bright white. I finally seen a cardinal the other day. That's supposed to be our state bird. But I've only seen one. So we don't see a lot of birds anymore. Well, stuff over MIA. There's a few at work, and they nested really, really late. Usually they nest in March, and the babies usually being born in March and April and May at the latest, dropping out of the thing. But we had a warm winter all winter, so I don't think like they would have been earlier instead of later. But and then there's only a few birds, not the thousands that we always had. A few channels that said they're those bright white and different neon birds. Yeah, that's what neon bright. It's crazy. Like I said, I've been seeing it for a couple months now. But at first, it was always something. The sun was always shining, so I'm like, well, you know, maybe it's the way the sun's hitting it because the sun's crazy bright white. And that one today, I'm like, oh no, there ain't no sun in the sky right now. Nothing but super dark clouds. I mean, it looked like it was time for the sun to be going down. It was like 4:30 in the afternoon, but it was really dark out. And I'm like, no, sun ain't making his wings bright today. I don't know. Like I said, he looked like a seagull, but his wings were way too bright. And not the under part of them, just the part, like when they expand on the part that I guess the sun would hit. As much as the area people know about PA shooting. Yeah, this program I have is pretty good. It's pretty accurate. And if I look at it, I don't always look at it in time. Sometimes I look at it later. But if I look at it, it'll keep me up to date on what's going on in other countries and everything. Um, like I said, I don't always look at it, and the way I have it set, to notify me, and I don't have it set on the most sensitive. So there's a lot of stuff I miss, but uh, you can tell when the calls come in that they're legit to to the precinct. They're mighty quiet on their radio. He said, "Tell the media, get out of here." I guess the media will be up at the municipal center trying to get news from whoever's in charge of relaying the news to them. So they should have something on the air here soon, like investigating a shooting or something. I don't know what the population is there. Well, that's good. I don't really like aggressive media, over aggressive. Yeah, you want to get to a story, but sometimes, I believe in safety of everyone first. Like the Sacramento police finally cut the feed last night, and when it went out, I looked it up, and they said, for the safety of our officers, we're cutting the feed, and I'm like, yep, I totally agree with that. Oh, no, I mean they have different channels. They'll go to private channels. Oh, you're fine, Suzanne. It's quite all right. I do the same thing sometimes. I'm just listening to a channel and not typing. But, oh man, why am I so tired today? I don't know. Yeah, I'll look it up in a minute and see if they finally posted anything. I would think that the media's had time to get to the municipal center by now. Well, hopefully I can get to the post office tomorrow. Alright, I'm gonna look up and see if anybody reported anything yet. It's Allegheny County, Pennsylvania, shots fired, or police on scene or something. Nope, shots fired at Pittsburgh Mall, that was April 13th, May 8th, shot a drug dealer or whatever. April 9th, shooting left a man wounded, police shooting, fatal accident. That was in March. Former officer, that was in March. April 12th. Nope, nothing yet. Alright, let me go to Allegheny County News. Allegheny County, Pennsylvania News. Uh, Pedestrian accident. Aw. Fatal Penn Hills pedestrian accident. Victim had no ID, no relatives found. So they've got a victim that deceased that got hit by a car, I guess, and they don't know who they are because they didn't have ID and no relatives have come forward. Um, Allegheny. Alright, this claims to be breaking news. Let's see. Pittsburgh resident arrested on terrorism charges after allegedly planning attack on church. Flash flood watch issued for Pittsburgh. 60 years since.
Transnet 41 female to county headquarters 8991.8. Call base 1 guy. 2035 call base 1. 1 female, county headquarters 024. Contact link.
Nope, nothing about this shooting yet.
49 decimal 8, 135 transporting 1 female to county headquarters and 14 transporting 1 female to county headquarters. 2140 view start time, your miles 89924 decimal 8. 28 minutes. Side. Myself 33, transporting 1 male to county headquarters 12 female. 499 42. Top here 35 transporting 499 decimal 0. 21.
Sounds like they might be transporting that man now to jail. Oh, here we go. Wait. Man wanted in fatal shooting in Wilkinsburg turns himself in. Fatal shooting on Laketon Road under investigation by Allegheny County Police. I don't know if this is the one they're doing right now or not. Let me see. Allegheny County homicide detectives are investigating a fatal shooting in Wilkinsburg. The shooting happened around 3:30. No, this was last week. Okay. That was last week, and the guy turned himself in. So this guy today turned himself in too. But we don't have any news on it yet. He was plotting against the church. Yeah, I was just reading that. I'm glad they caught him. Alright, let me see. Library of Congress. And that is a warning for Texas. I was wondering when they were going to get warnings because everything else is Florida, Georgia, Minnesota, Colorado, Kansas, Nebraska, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina. So now Texas is in it again. Breaking news. Flood advisory. 37 people indicted for drug charges. No, they don't have the story up here yet. Street shooting near bar leaves 10 people wounded in Pennsylvania. Yeah, nobody's reported on it yet. Oh, look at this woman. Mom kept son with autism in closet, drugged and starving for 3 years before his death. Oh, well, they sure don't have a lot going on their scanners. It makes it kind of can't tell what's going on. Massive sinkhole. Terror suspect just recently graduated from Pittsburgh. Um, "12-foot, 463-pound alligator found trying to cross highway in Florida." Man finds prehistoric mastodon tooth on Myrtle Beach. Yeah. Sure, it's a billion, trillion years old, I bet. Anyway, yeah, no information yet on this. Nope. Still scanning, don't see nothing. Hi, Kim of Pittsburgh. Oh, y'all know each other? Uh, maybe somebody's got to have some kind of report on it.
Is there a car on the tracks up there? 82, there's a car on the tracks. Go up there.
Is that area where the guy was shot at near the tracks? Because apparently there's a car sitting up on the tracks.
There's a car down there near both the trolley tracks. Up to that.
Yeah, they just said on Willis. Um, maybe this is it. Yep, that was June 14th.
Yeah, it's start port home time and you shut the light on.
Oh, 60.
Here's the tail heading towards the crossing on Willis. Make sure that railroad notified track blocked.
Oh, they got to notify the railroad that the track is blocked. I wonder why. Maybe it's broke down. And they got to get time to get it off or something. I don't know.
Good. Somebody from the road. We looked at the track. Vehicle turned on there, so I'm stuck. 10 forward, 22, start that way.
That poor cop sounds out of breath. Like, so Kim, all I know is that there was a call went over the police radio
Road's still open. When you see the vehicle through the light.
at 8:22. A woman called and said her husband had been shot by a man. And 3 minutes later, the suspect that shot him called the police, said he had set the gun outside.
Romeo, X-ray, 1560.
So I guess he was waiting on the police so he could turn himself in. He put the gun outside. Within 6 minutes, the police reported back that they were there. They had the suspect in custody, and they had secured 2 firearms. And the medics were on the scene working, so trying to help the man that had been shot. And the detective was on scene, and that's all that we know about it so far. Hello, Dare. How are you? Good. And the media came. The media came and asked them where the staging area was, and the one cop told the other cop to tell him the staging area is at the municipal center. Tell him to get out of here. Sorry, I like the accent he had. I think a big mistake unless there's something else going on. I have a feeling there is. Oh yeah.
Can you repeat, please?
2818, this vehicle, is it stuck on the track? Is there going to be any damage to the track?
The track.
I'm okay.
Appears to be any damage. It did trigger the crossing lights when the accident occurred.
It did trigger the lights, you said?
Oh, thanks, Kim.
The lights were flashing as if the train was coming and then quit.
Uh-oh, did he just say the lights were flashing like the train was coming? And they still got that car on the track?
Morning to Dollar 18.
They must have been trying to make a U-turn or something. I don't know how they got stuck on the track.
That's 30.
Because if the car was broke, if it was just because it was broke down, they could push it off the track. But it's obviously stuck. Like it went in an area it wasn't supposed to be on the track. Ego. Um, July 24th. I don't want to say, but oh yeah, yeah, in Bethel Park. Ah, there's another warning. Another marine warning. Huh? Yes, I see you there. Did you hear me talk? Say hello to you? Hello, Daryl. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Ah, well, I hope they got that car off the tracks. Oh, okay. So there was this Christian, supposed to be news channel that I used to listen to, but they, you know, they're just as bad as the other witch hunters. Um, and they're full of accusations and pointing fingers without evidence, and definitely not in line with the one of the Ten Commandments. So I'm like, there's uh, probably 7.4 billion people that are not Christians. There's only 200, and that's a high estimate, 200 million Christians in the world out of 7.6 billion people. There's been all kinds of new things happening, but last night I was just covering the Sacramento shooting live while it was on, but I didn't really get into any chat stuff, and I don't know. Oh, today I haven't really checked a whole lot of news. I listened to some of the Trump stuff. The news is only going to give us so much accurate especially when it comes to politics. When it comes to politics, we're only going to get what that side, whatever political party that media outsource is with. And that's the side of the news we're going to get painted, for, for them, and then the other news channels will get it painted for what they represent. And then the military stuff they can't really tell us till after the fact because they put our military in danger if they told us ahead of time. And you know, now they're saying that was Iran that blew up the tankers because there's supposed to be surveillance video of where they went back to get one of the bombs off that didn't detonate, so it wouldn't be traced to them. Could it be them in the video? Yeah. Don't know. Is it more likely them? Yeah, probably. There's all kinds of rumors out there about that too, as there is with anything nowadays. Um, all we can do is trust in the Lord and trust in the Holy Spirit to give us discernment and try not to get caught up in the things that we can't have any control over, whether, because there are so many, so many distractions, so many. And I think that's what the Bible meant by running, man will be running to and fro. There will be an increase in knowledge, and man will be running to and fro. And that might be what it is, running to and fro from channel to channel, from, you know, uh, news coverage, fake news, um, alternative news, alternative fake news, um, falsified documents, falsified video. I mean, there is so much out there. It's just, there's something out there for everyone. That is for sure. There is something. There's something out there to take everyone's brain off of the real deal.
Priority 2040 Outlook for a 69-year-old male. Fell down some steps about an hour ago. Unable to walk. Somebody of left hip pain. 2040 Outlook.
Now we got glowing birds.
821.
We got glowing clouds.
821 copy.
A glowing, super bright, crazy white moon. A super bright, crazy white glob in front of the sun until it moves out of the way, and then there's this blue thing behind it. We got all the signs of scripture playing out. Now they still haven't reported on this shooting, so
County 89571. 2203. 35.
2499.
maybe I need to look up
2203.
Willis
That's for me.
and what was it, Willis?
That's what I've been doing about 5 to 20. 03.
Homing. No, court records. I don't think the media got any information from them yet. They probably told them, get out of here, and like that officer did. Because they haven't reported a thing. And they aren't talking much on the radio, so I'm kind of over that. So it was in Bethel. Maybe I need to look up Bethel Park. Uh, oh, they put this on there though. It says 9:54 p.m. area of Homing Willis, uh, Mac McNulty detectives on scene and investigating. No media staging area. Vehicle stuck on railroad tracks. Yeah. Maybe that was one of the media trucks that got stuck on the railroad track. Oh, God bless you, Kim. Your your husband's 50 reunion tomorrow. Oh, yeah, you get some rest too. God bless you. Well, I guess they're not letting the media know anything until they're done. They must be mad at their media in their area. Because usually they give them some kind of information. I don't know. Or it's in such a bad part of town they don't want them. I don't know. I don't know. Alright. Dare, are you still there? Oh. Um, I hear you, Suzanne.
Clearing motion 22 so.
I don't know what's going on with some guys. I guess they're still investigating. You thought that'd been kind of cut and dry. The guy that shoots them calls them and says, "I'm I'm here, and I'm putting the gun outside." Uh, They had the guns and had the suspect all within 6 minutes of the first call coming through, because he called them and told them where he was at, and whatever, they're still investigating. Maybe because he might be trying to claim it was self-defense, and the wife's saying something different, or maybe the husband's worse off than we think he is, and so, I don't know. Let's hope not. Like that poor police officer last night. And the first cop said she's hurt bad, and then they said she was in serious condition, and then they said critical condition, And it amazes me that they waited that long and negotiated that guy out instead of sending, like, what do you call those? Like those grenade things they send in with the gas on them to like knock the people out. They didn't do any of that. They actually let him surrender. I don't know if California has the death penalty for killing police officers. I don't know.
Vehicle on the tracks? Yes, sir. Affirmative.
The vehicle's still on the tracks. It's probably going to cost that person a pretty penny if they got stuck on the track because they were, you know, trying to do something they weren't supposed to be doing, like turning around or something, whatever. I don't know how they got stuck. But if it's other than a breakdown, if it's something they did wrong, and they have to divert trains, man, they'll charge that person for the trains they have to divert. They'll charge them extra for everything. Whoever's got to come out there and get them off the tracks. I don't know. Sister on phone, okay. Watching it on TV. Yeah, sometimes I used to do that. Plug the HDMI cord into the computer and watch it on the TV. And I did that with some of my Sky videos. And I was like, wow. Because you could really see stuff then. Especially when you got them old people eyes like me. But, oh boy, oh boy. What am I looking for? People ain't used to me starting early most of the time. But, I don't plan on staying up late tonight. Oh, the energy must be. Maybe it was all that energy that was coming through today. Got me so um, tired. Because I want to know why them birds are glowing like that. That's crazy. And I still want to know why we have petrified frogs. And now we have glowing birds. Like the glowing bright white moon. Even though it always rises red nowadays. You know, scripture says.
If there's anybody down below on Willis, can you block that off? I got the tow truck pulling in now. This one just came off.
Maybe the car got stuck because it saw all the police down there investigating the shooting on Willis, and it was like, oh no, I'm not going down there around on cop cars, and tried to make a turnaround right quick. I don't know. Glad they're getting them off the tracks though, so no train hits it. Because even if the people get out of the car, that's not good for the train. I'd like to know how the man's doing that got shot. So there last night, Suzanne and I were listening to the live feed from Sacramento, and it was a domestic dispute, and the officers had went back to help the female get some of her belongings out of the house, and they escorted her there so she could be safe to get her belongings out. Well, the man gets there, goes in the house. It's his house. I guess it was their house. Goes in the house, comes out shooting. Shoots the female cop. She's laying.
4 to 2-1. If you're still in this area, could you get that up above us so we can get him off this track? I can forward it to the station. I can go back that way if you need me.
So she's laying on the ground,
Yeah,
shot.
we gotta close below and close above so nobody can down while he's across this road.
She's laying on the ground, shot. Their timing is impeccable. And the officers are trying to get to her, and he starts shooting again, so the officers can't get to her. So she lays there for 50-some minutes, bleeding, and he won't stop shooting so the officers can help her. Finally, they get one of those armored SWAT trucks or whatever in there, that can take the bullets. I guess they pull that up in front of her so they can get her inside that truck and then get her to the ambulance. Yes, this call right now that we're listening to is from Bethel Park, PA. It is. Yeah, it's from Bethel Park. It's on Willis and Homing area. But yes, it's from the Bethel Park uh, police dispatch. Oh yeah, I didn't type all that in the title. Um, but yes, you are correct. It is Bethel Park. So they get her out of there, and we hear for hours and hours. Every time the police try to do something, shots fired, over and over again. So they were cutting off. They had the power company cutting off lights to the neighborhood. Thank you so much. I'm here. Oh, you're from that area? Okay. Um, so they were cutting off lights in the neighborhood, and they were evacuating people from their houses. Anybody that lived next door, across the street, and all that to them. Anybody that could be in gunfire range. And then one family, they had to make them, I guess, go to their basement or underneath their house because he started shooting again, and they couldn't get them out safely. And then then they were telling everybody else to shelter in place. And then they had, snipers on the roof. If nobody could get a good angle on them. And every time, everything they tried to do, he was shooting. So another officer got shot in the arm. And then another officer's vehicle got all shot up because as he was trying to move, one of the officers came on the radio and said, "Hey, uh, you're leaking fuel all over the street. Guess your tank was hit." And then another officer was trying to come up, and you hear him saying, "Get back, back up, back up, back up, back up." I mean, hollering. You could tell the guy was scared. He's like, "You're in the hot zone, you're in the hot zone." So whatever, it was in that guy's shooting range. That went on for hours. And then finally they cut the feed, saying they didn't want to jeopardize any officer's safety, so they were cutting the feed. So that's understandable. But, until they apprehended the guy. So then when I woke up, I looked it up, and she had passed away, 26 years old. Her first uh, complete year on the force, I guess. Um, and they apprehended him. He surrendered. I guess sometime around daybreak or whatever. So, you know, normally if someone kills a cop, it doesn't turn out quite that way. You know, so they had a lot of restraint, especially as many cops as he shot at. They had a lot of restraint in taking him in alive because last night they had already given them authorization to use lethal force. They were authorized that as soon as he shot at a cop, and it was that was on the Sacramento Bee newspaper or whatever said they were authorized to use lethal force. So they didn't, but sometimes I like to let. Wow, I didn't want to ask you to recap, but I wish I knew how it started. But oh, okay, I'll tell you what happened. I don't have a whole lot on tonight's thing. Um, okay, a call came in at 8:22 to the police department. A woman called, said my husband's been shot at Willis and Homing. 3 minutes later, a call comes in, or a call goes out on the radio that the suspect is on the other line, and he has put his guns outside, or his gun, his rifle, whatever it was, out, his shotgun, I think it said, outside, and he's on the phone with the dispatcher or the 911, whoever, on the phone with the police. And then 3 minutes later, the next radio announcement was that they had apprehended the suspect, and they had both of the guns secured. So apparently he had two guns, or he had a gun and the person he shot had a gun, whatever. They had two guns secured, and they had apprehended the suspect, and the medics had just got on the scene. The next report came out, said the medics were at work on the scene. I get trying to, make the guy that got shot, trying to do whatever they had to do to him. And I hope it doesn't mean like they were doing CPR. I don't know, because of the way it was worded. And then detective was on the scene, and suspect was in custody. Um, and then the next call was when the media showed up, and they wanted to know where the staging area was. And the cop said, there is no staging area. Tell them to go to the municipal center. Tell them, get out of here. Wait a minute. Let me see if I can get the voice right. Get out of here. With that accent. And and then the next call came through was somebody was trying to turn around and got stuck on the tracks. And there was a train supposed to be scheduled to come. So, but they got the tow truck there now to get the train off the tracks. And all it says about the shooting is that they're still investigating. They're still on the scene investigating. And I haven't heard any updates. I guess I should have went to the fire and rescue or the ambulance so I could hear about the status of the man that was shot, but I don't know any more than that right now. Oh, and then some of the neighbors, one of the detectives said that some of the neighbors had cameras in their backyards, so they were going to be pulling that footage. And I don't know, I guess it's a dispute on what happened, or maybe the guy might decide later on to say that he didn't do it. I don't know why they're being meticulous in gathering the information. Um, Even though he called, and said, "I'm here, my gun's out front, outside on the front." But don't know if they were neighbors, if the wife and the guy were loved. Don't know any of that yet, or if it was, a roommate, or if it was a family member. Wouldn't think so, because wife. You think the wife would have said, "My brother or my son or my roommate or whatever said a man shot my husband." Is how the call went through. Oh no, they don't. And that's why I let the one play last night. um, until they cut the feed. But they let the feed go for hours, and you could hear everything that they were going through, right? And they were being shot at, and one almost got in the way, and they're hollering over the radio, "Back up, back up, back up, back up! You're in the hot zone." And then one of them got shot in the arm. You could hear shots fired again, and then one guy, I'm hit. And then uh, last month I did one on the Ohio tornado, and I let the fire and rescue play all night. And it was, and because you know how people always blaming, saying that FEMA's gonna kill everybody and all this stuff. Well, FEMA is emergency management, and they will be coordinating fire departments, ambulances, police departments, rescue. You know, that's what they would be in charge of in a big disaster. That's all, is just coordinating, make sure all these groups know who's got. So anyway, I wanted people to hear what they actually go through in an emergency like that. So here they are, trying to go through buildings and looking through rubble to see if people are trapped. Right? They couldn't even get the dogs out there yet because it was such a volatile situation. There was live power lines down everywhere. And while they're doing this, while they're trying to clear buildings, and then some of the people that were trapped, they had to tell them, "We'll be back for you," because theirs wasn't like a life-threatening trap, and they still had people that they knew, they had to get to quick. So they were making a list of trapped people to go back to. And you could hear one of the guys from the fire department, he got to one area and he's like, "The buildings are demolished. They're demolished. They're destroyed." And you could hear the fear in his voice. Not fear, but fear that there might be people in there. And then in the process of that, another tornado comes through, crosses paths where the other tornado had went through. 20 minutes into them trying to rescue people, and then they had to leave their trucks in the middle of roads because the power lines were down everywhere and there was trees blocking the roads. They couldn't even get the fire trucks in. So they left their trucks and they were walking on foot, house to house. And then they didn't even have the right stuff to mark houses or buildings that they had already searched. So they were trying to come up with a plan on how to mark them, and then and it was crazy, and it went on all night long. They were still trying to clear buildings and then go back. And you had so many emergency calls coming in, and they're like 2 hours later, some of the emergency calls were being repeated because nobody had got to those people yet. And they weren't, they were trying to prioritize them as best they could. But it was, and I was like, these poor people, what they're going through trying to save people, trying to rescue people. And I'm like, I don't think people realize, especially if they live somewhere where nothing's ever really happened, and they just don't know what it's like. And so I let that play all night, just so people could get a grasp, a feel for, and that was just one little town, having a catastrophic event. Imagine if the majority of the country had a catastrophic event, or a third of the world, you know. So yeah, you're right. These officers and the firemen, and they work really hard and some long hours, because when something happens, there ain't no getting off work. Your shift doesn't end. And then yeah, police officers. Now there's some bad police officers. Yes, there are. There are some real jerks, but there's, I'd say, 85% of the police departments are decent, caring people. You probably got 15% that are jerks. But that's good in everything. But yeah, they put their life on the line every day. And every time they walk up to a car, they don't know who they're walking up to. We had one here in Virginia Beach. He pulled over a car for a tail light. the dude that just robbed IHOP, International House of Pancakes. However, the girl hadn't even called in and reported the robbery yet. So the cop doesn't know any of this, doesn't know nobody knows there was a robbery yet or anything. He pulls the car because it is missing a tail light. So the guy shoots the cop in the face and kills him. And then, of course, then the call comes through, and he's not responding to his radio because, he radioed in the car that he was pulling for a tail light. And then they radio back to him because they don't hear from him. They radio back to him, and they're like, "We just got a call. That car was involved in an armed robbery," and he doesn't answer his radio. So when the police, rush over there because now they know something's wrong. He ain't answering his radio. He's laying there dead, and all he did was pull a guy for a tail light. So I mean, I know there's bad cops, and they've shot innocent people, and but like I said, I think at least 85% of police officers are decent people, and they definitely put their life on the line. So do the firemen. They walk into burning buildings. They walk into buildings getting ready to collapse to rescue people. Matter of fact, there was a fire here in Virginia Beach, probably about 6, 7 months ago, over there by where my sister lives, and um, everybody was out of the house except for one of the children, and the one fireman said, "No, I got to do something," and he broke out a section of the wall where the window was, and rescued the child when nobody else thought it was safe enough to do it. He did it, and he rescued that child. And then the whole thing was engulfed in flames. But yeah, they put their life on the line. And we know some major, major catastrophic events are coming. Something this world's never seen before. And Scripture tells us that. Men's hearts are going to fail them for the things they see come. And they're going to see things that have never been seen before, nor will be seen again. And we can see it all around the world. We can see the craziness. We can see the catastrophes. We can see the weather ramping up worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. And, there's got to be some serious radiation coming in for that moon. The moon was so bright it burnt in my eyes. The moon burnt in my eyes. 10 minutes later, I'm still seeing the moon in my eyes. That's how bright it was. And, and now we got glowing birds. I did a video on the petrified frog. I still want to know how the frog became petrified. It wasn't like it was dehydrated and shriveled up. It still had full air in its lungs. Still had its legs out like it was getting ready to leap. It was petrified, in motion. So what did that? Hard as a rock. So anyway, yeah, they're not reporting much on this channel. I guess they're still doing their investigation, and I don't know um, if they put anything on the news there. Bethel Park, Allegheny, Pennsylvania shooting tonight. Man in critical condition. Let's see, is that tonight? Yeah, this is tonight. No, wait a minute. Let's see. Um,
car behind is going to be attached. They want to come up. I have her in my car.
No. Alright. He just said the car that wants to come up is a parent, and I have her in my car, so whoever her is must be the wife that called or something for the man that got shot. I still don't see the story on there on your local newspaper. Nope. It's about the terror suspect. Nope. Hmm. I guess they're really mad at the media. He said, tell the media, get out of here. It was just the way he said it. Sounded like they're fed up with the media there in their particular area. I don't know if the media did a bad report on a police officer, or I don't know, or if they just get in the way, or if it was, I don't know, or if it was for their own safety. But yeah, it's not on here still, even under breaking news. Not on that channel. Um, what news channel do y'all usually read there or listen to there? Getting prompts on your phones for local. Are you getting prompts about the chance of flash flooding? Oh wow.
Somebody else for me. Alright, the track cleared. This is it has one, and the driver's been picked up by a friend. Copy, 2237.
Alright, they got the car off the tracks. We still don't have anything on the shooting. Um, I don't know. That mom that kept her son locked up, that had autism. Give me a sec. Take this cough medicine. Sorry about that. Yeah, I was on WPXI, and they don't have anything about it. That's why I was looking at the story about the woman that had the child with autism that she locked in a closet for 3 years. Um, and then there's 37 people accused of being part of a major drug trafficking, and about the terrorist suspect that recently graduated from Pittsburgh. Massive sinkhole reopens in Rostraver. And surveillance images of 1968 feed mill. Ducklings rescued from storm drain. Syrian refugee arrested for allegedly planning terror attack on Pittsburgh church. 11 things to do in Pittsburgh this weekend. Oh, they got some called on here. Well, I thought they were going to have a call.
Base 1, Station 110. Base 1, Station 110. 305 Timber Ridge. 305 Timber Ridge. For a CO or smoke detector alarm activation, second floor. No ill effects, no smoke. 305 Timber Ridge. Southern Park Fire Rated W2A. 566 out at 2242.
Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't find anything on Bethel Park yet. I went to the WPXI Now thing, like for streaming live. I don't see anything. Let me try again. Local news. Oh, here we go. Man in critical condition after being shot. Finally, if this is going to be it. Yeah, June 20th. He's in critical condition. That's not good. A man is in critical condition after being shot in Bethel Park. Police said the shooting happened on Homing Road shortly after 8 p.m. Yeah, it happened. The first call came in at 8:22 because I got the very first alert that came in from the police dispatch at 8:22. This is Breaking Story. Channel 11 Shelley is at the scene working to find out more. Well, we know she's not at the scene because the police said, "Get out of here. No staging area for media. Get out of here. Go to the municipal center." Sorry. It was just funny the way the officer said it over the radio. Okay, so I know, we know more than they do, apparently. Except that we didn't know he was in critical condition. I kind of felt that when they said they were working on him, or the medics were at work at the scene. It sounded like they were performing CPR. Well, I hope it turns out okay, and it might not, and that might be why they're being so. Even though the guy called and turned himself in, because he was on the other line with them, as the wife was still on the other phone with them. Oh, they're investigating it as if it's a homicide because if the man passes, they have to have all the evidence to charge this man with murder, even though he, turned himself in. I hope he's going to be okay because the story we heard last night, the officer was in critical condition. She didn't make it. She was shot. She was shot with a rifle as well, or a shotgun. He was shot with a, I think, a shotgun. I think. Let me look back at uh, the actual police report, scanner reports. I think it said the shotguns were on the porch or outside the front door. Um, okay, so I'll read you the way the reports came in. The first one was at 8:22, Bethel Park Police Dispatch. Caller reporting male just shot her husband. That was the first call went through. 8:25, 3 minutes later. Area of Homing Willis. Caller reporting male just shot her husband. Suspect on the other line. He set gun down outside. 8:28. Area of Homing Willis. Caller reporting male just shot. They always repeat the very first part of it. Shot her husband. S3 has suspect detained. So within 6 minutes, 8:22 was the first call when the woman called reporting her husband shot. At 8:26, they already had the suspect detained. Hey Sean, how are you, my UK son? Okay, and then at 8:38, they said area of homing in Willis, caller reporting man just shot her husband. S3 has suspect detained. Both firearms secured. Medics at work, which sounded like they were, you know, it didn't say medics on scene. It said medics at work. It kind of just sounded like they were trying to do CPR on the guy. Um, that was at 8:38. 8:41, area of homing in Willis. Um, Suspect detained, both firearms secured, medics at work, detective on scene. Detective O/S, which means on scene. And then the next call was at 9:25. Um, all the same things that I just read. OC on scene and investigating. No media stage area. Because the media had, that's when they said, tell, tell them to get out of here. And then 9:28, he repeated, uh, no media staging area, as he was getting frustrated. And then at 9:54, same thing, no media staging area, and then vehicle now stuck on railroad. And that's the last we got from them. So, as far as, except for the stuff you heard over the radio. They do get in the way, really, quite a bit. They will wait till they have, yeah. Yeah, I kind of figured that, and like I said, it sounded like the police officers actually had a bit of an attitude with the media for some reason, just the way he said it. and they weren't giving them a staging area for nothing. And since this man's in critical, I was hoping the man wasn't in critical condition, but I don't know. And then they said, like I said, they got video, and the neighbors' houses had video cameras on the outside, so they were going to the neighbors to get all their videos. So I don't know where the guy came from. I don't know if he was a stranger, next door neighbor. You know, didn't sound like the wife knew who he was, because she said a man just shot her husband. But maybe the man and her husband knew each other. I don't know. Because he was on the phone with them right afterwards, too, letting them know he had put his guns outside. It's a strange situation. People are losing their mind all over the world. We had the 18 people shot a few weeks ago, right next to the police station. Matter of fact, I didn't even put the video up yet from the little makeshift memorial they have out there. Hello, Spencer, baby. How are you? Oh, thank you, Kim. Yeah, yeah. When I hear something, and especially if I don't find it on the news already, because as soon as I hear it, I'll check and see if it's on the news, if it's being covered. And if it's not, then I'll go ahead and, if I'm at my computer, I'll go ahead and report on it, so that hopefully somebody will see it that needs to know. So sometimes I'll hear it before it makes the news. So if I do, I'll try to cover it. But and like I said, I like to shine a light on just how hard it is for the officers and the fire department and all that when it comes to stuff like this. It's very hot there. Have y'all had severe storms, Spence? So Kim, did it come up on your search, or y'all just happened to be covering an active shooting that happened in PA, and LD's in PA and Suzanne's in PA, but Kim from Pittsburgh is in right up the street from where it happened at. Your garden's out of control. I bet it is. I guess one of the officers is going back to the hospital. I guess the whatever. I hope that's not bad. I hope he's not going to get a bad report on the man that got shot. We've had crazy, severe, super severe weather in the United States, Spencer. So earlier today, there was 36 red, the red squares or rectangles are tornadoes, right? Or tornado warnings. And there was 36 red rectangles when I pulled up the thing. I'm like, oh my goodness. I have never seen it all red. It was 36 of them, in a 40-some minute period. I was like, it was all over, different spots in the U.S. It was crazy. I mean, this whole week has been really intense weather. But I've never seen so many red at once. Never. Till today. So, and it's only going to get worse. We haven't even gotten into the peak of hurricane season yet. And the water is warmer than it's ever been. So, I don't know what those are going to look like. Maybe looking at a Cat 7 this year somewhere. Of course, they won't tell us it's a Cat 7. You know, like I believe that when they hit last year, it wasn't a Cat 5. I believe it was a Cat 6. But so I was watching this. I'm trying to remember the video I was watching. I don't know. The person was trying to make it into something, and it could be, but 99.9999% possibility that it was just the camera angle and the lighting. But anyway, there's so much clickbait happening out there that people will take anything and run with it and try to turn it into something. Like even Dare told us one night. He was like, over there where he lives, that was it Dare or was it Discernment? I think it was Dare. One of them they called in. I think it was Dare. And he's like, yeah, it bothers me when they try to make a big deal about our water rising over here. He's like, it happens every year. It rises. This happens all the time. It's nothing new. It's been happening forever. And, and see, when people... So even Mr. B had put up a video the other day about an area where the water was missing, and he had to recant it.
Keep with you for right now. I'll work on one.
I think it was today or yesterday, because a person that lives there, one of his good subscribers, I guess, sent him video of it or whatever from years ago and said it happens all the time. It's nothing unusual. It's always happened there forever. So it wasn't like water receding for miles, you know. So either the person that sent him that knew it wasn't, and just thought, oh yeah, you know, let's make people think this, or they weren't from there and sent it in thinking it was unusual, but whatever, he straightened it out. He's like, okay, I got that wrong. The person that sent it in, thought it was unusual, but somebody that lives there says it isn't. Um, but then, so, we're looking for the real signs, for the real things that are happening, that are unusual. When people falsely report things, then it makes, if someone else knows, oh no, that area happens all the time, and then they'll think, well, maybe all the other reports are bogus too, you know? And that's why it's imperative for people to be straight up. But these channels don't care, you know? Long as people click on it and they get paid for them commercials, they don't care. Because all they're trying to do is get hits. And it's sad. And some of them are under the guise, no, see, I don't even want to say that. Don't even want to say it out loud. It's so, mm, mm, mm. Anyway, you can't talk about the weather. Palm weather. Garden is out. Can't talk. Why can't talk about the weather? So I don't know if you heard any of the show last night when I was covering the shooting, the active shooting in Sacramento. But those officers got shot at for hours and hours. And the first officer that got shot, and the man wouldn't let them rescue her. She laid there for 50 some minutes in the yard, and they couldn't get to her because he kept shooting at the other officers as they tried to rescue her. Well, she died, 26 years old. She hadn't been on the force a year, and she died. And she may have lived had he let the officers get to her. But he shot at them for hours, and we listened to it live on the scanner on the channel. He shot and shot and shot. So another officer got shot in the arm hours later, and then another one had a leak in his gas tank because he had shot him. Oh, I don't, I don't believe that. I'm going to talk about the weather. I don't believe that's a restriction. And if it is, I don't care. I'm going to talk about the weather. The weather is something that happens that everybody sees every day that we have to live with. How are they going to stop us from talking about weather? They let news channels talk about weather. I don't, I don't know. I don't know. From what I read on their policy was the only thing they were trying to stop, and this is what their policy stated, was that extreme hate groups, you know, um, racist, um, racist groups, any kind of hate group. Um, yeah, 49 years old. Thank you so much, Kim. Um, uh, Spencer, from what their policy, their new policy said was they were doing away with extreme hate groups. And, well, no, they said, see, you have the right to freedom of speech, but you don't have the right to attack victims and call them liars and call what happened to them fake and create fake documents and call their children fake, fake tears, fake funerals, and that's one of the things they specifically stated. They named Sandy Hook, and so and me just experiencing the 18 people that were shot here in Virginia Beach. Remember when I got up here and said nobody better try to call this crisis actors? And sure enough, there was already videos out talking about they were fake. Those were fake tears. It was fake blood, and I wanted to go strangle someone, I was like, Jesus, please forgive me because I want to go hurt this person, because how dare them re-victimize victims. So I don't think that should be allowed. I don't think your freedom of speech gives you the right to harass victims. So, anybody's freedom of speech. These people have rights too. They have freedom to be not harassed by idiots posting videos like that on mainstream internet, you know, and when they go to school, then some kid's gonna say, "Oh, I saw a video that said that your dad didn't really die," and the kid just hasn't even gone to the funeral yet. You know, I mean, the people hadn't even made funeral arrangements yet. They haven't even got the bodies out of the coroner's office yet, and there's videos up already calling it all fake. And oh, I've been to the building, and there's armed security everywhere. You have to. There is no armed security in that building. But anyway, the whole thing is that's what they said they're not going to allow anymore. They're not going to allow that to call like the Holocaust fake. So they took that stuff down. Um, in the interim, some of the algorithms caught people that it wasn't supposed to catch. You know, and they're working on that. Like it took down some stuff on a History Channel about Hitler and stuff because it was, you know, trying to, you know, get rid of the Nazi uh, Aryan nation groups and the KKK and the, you know. So no, you still have freedom of speech, but you can't have hate, what they call hate speech. So, and you know, it comes a time where it is harassment against, you know, the victims. Because it's not just one person saying it, because it's one person sharing that video over and over and over and over, and then it's got 100,000 views or more. So it's 100,000 people commenting, making nasty comments, and they're all in agreement with this one idiot that made the video, and they don't have a clue. They don't have a clue what happened to those people. And these victims are hearing this. So I have to agree with them on that, you know, but that's, you know, or the ones where they're, you know, claiming all the police officers are going to kill us all, and the fire department and everybody's involved, you know, all the military's involved, and you know, come on now, you can have freedom of speech all you want. Go write a fiction book and sell it, you know, but don't be trying to, and put it as fiction. Don't be trying to sell, this is the problem. They're trying to sell it as fact. See, that's where I have an issue with it. If you can make up all the fiction you want, but call it fiction, you know, have your fictional channel and call it whatever, and let everybody know that you're making crap up. And if they want to, you know, buy into it or they love reading fiction, then all, you know, so be it. But don't present it as fact, because you're breaking one of the Ten Commandments right away and bearing false witness and lying, you know. But you're harming people. It's not an innocent crime. You are harming the victims. You are harming whoever you're falsely accusing of something. You are harming them and their families. So, and you know, nobody has a right to do that. You know, when does your freedom of speech give you the right to harm me and my family because you have the freedom to lie? You know what I mean? And present it as fact. Like I said, you know, we know there's fiction, so if it's, you know, that's a whole other thing. But when you present something as fact and you're lying and you can cause harm to someone, or someone goes out and shoots someone because he thinks that person has done all these horrible things to children because it's one group that has 4,000 or 80,000 viewers believes what this idiot put up there, and then somebody goes and hurts that person because they believe what they saw on the internet, it no, there's got to be some line drawn somewhere. That's my opinion. But see, by people doing that, by what they're doing with all this, you know, false information they're putting out, yeah, they can hinder freedom of speech because they're putting out all this false stuff. It wouldn't have been an issue if all this hate um, and these tragedies didn't come about because of some of the hate that people have spewed and falsehoods they have put out, then, you know, but you can thank certain individuals that were very popular at creating false documents, videos of other schools that had nothing to do with Sandy Hook and claiming this was Sandy Hook. You could thank those kind of people for the infringements on speech. Oh, I'm sorry, Kim. Yeah, that's what it was sounding like. That when that cop said he was headed over there, because obviously the man's in critical condition, so they're not questioning him, and there's obviously other officers there already. So it might be the detective that needs to put the information on the sheet to charge this man properly. So I'm hoping that's not the case, but it might be. And there is more warnings, and it is for Nebraska again. Well, are you still there, Spencer? Yeah, no other word from them yet. Let's see. Man, why don't people understand what those chemtrails are for yet? They've been harping on the same thing for 4 years now. And I mean, really? Everybody knows they're up there. What, they don't see anything wrong with the sun and the moon? They don't see anything. They don't see anything wrong with the atmosphere. Don't they realize that they're coating it, trying to keep something from? Man, common sense will tell you that. You look at the sun and it's so, it, and you look at the night sky and the sky never gets dark at night. And then you look at the UVC ratings that are reaching the ground. And UVC used to be protected through the atmosphere. It didn't penetrate our atmosphere. Our ozone protected us from it, and now it doesn't. And so if you look at all that, then common sense ought to tell you why there's chemtrails. And it definitely isn't they're trying to poison everybody and kill them, because if that was the case, they would be wearing masks and full body armor, or they'd be living underground already. They wouldn't be spraying themselves and their children and the food they're going to eat and the water they're going to drink if they were trying to poison us all and kill us. It just doesn't make any common sense. They're spraying it on their own heads too. They're still drinking out of public, they're still drinking bottled water or whatever, wherever they get their water from. It's still coming from the areas that are being sprayed. They're still eating food coming from the ground that's being sprayed. So obviously it isn't some poison to kill us all. It's reflective material trying to keep the radiation from penetrating the earth as bad, and probably some magnetic things up there trying to fight off some of the meteors that are coming in daily now that we can see all over the world, and trying to keep some of the heat off that's going to cause these severe storms to intensify, trying to keep the water from warming. But the Bible says the earth is going to be scorched, and that's what's happening, and they're trying to prolong the inevitable. But anyway, you got all these hundreds of thousands, or if not millions of people, every night. That's all they talk about is the chemtrails. And they post pictures of the chemtrails. Well, whether they're chemtrails or contrails, that part doesn't even matter, because what matters is they didn't used to be there. So let's say even if they were contrails, just condensation, what has changed in our atmosphere to mark our sky up like it is marking it up now? Obviously, even if it was only contrails, there's obviously a major problem with our atmosphere. Now they got atmospheric river, earthshine, glowing clouds, glowing birds, petrified frogs. I mean, there's so much going on. But no, every night people gather for these same whatever. And then uh, who did what, and who said what at what meeting. And then they did the fake video of Pelosi supposed to be drunk up on the stand. And all they did was slow down the video and slur her speech by slowing down the video, and then whatever audio clip they injected in it. Oh man, but you got a million people believing it. And it's not like I like Pelosi, but I'm just saying, what's right is right. I will defend somebody I don't like in a heartbeat if they're right. What's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. And that's that simple. Lying and misleading people is wrong. But that's just my opinion. So I'm not going to wait up all night. Hopefully no other big things happen tonight in the world. And I hope that man makes it. That's in critical condition. I don't know. I just didn't like the way they said they were medics at work on the scene. It sounded like they were doing CPR at that point. If that's the case, that was not a good sign. I haven't even tried to catch up on the story about the guy that shot the cop last night in Sacramento. I know they caught him. That was enough. I'm sure they'll be covering that for days. The story on him doesn't really matter. I wouldn't give him the limelight. Or like that one that shot at the federal building the other day. He put it on Facebook that a storm was coming very soon. And he showed pictures of his ammunition and his rifle. Why didn't somebody report that as soon as he posted it? Of course, it probably wouldn't have done any good, but it might have. Oh, this irks me. Yeah, they're spraying aerosols, but you know why they're spraying aerosols. Come on, man. They're spraying aerosols because the sun is baking the earth. The sun is going supernova and it is baking the earth. The fourth angel has poured out their vial on the sun and it is going to scorch the earth. Scripture is playing out. Man wants to deceive everybody and tell them, take their focus off of Scripture. Whatever. It's the Lord can turn them all over the reprobate minds. You look at some of their conversations and it's just ridiculous. Just like all the ones that agreed that was a false flag when these 18 people got shot here a few weeks ago in Virginia Beach. Yeah, we knew it was another false flag. And yeah, but what about that building? And it had armed guards, and the building didn't have armed guards. You had to have this, uh, your card that you scanned to open the front door. That's all. That's all the security that was in the place. So anybody that worked there, anybody with a card could get in at any time. And it's an open carry state, so anybody could carry a gun into the building, and that's exactly what that employee did. And there wasn't any police officers in there. Matter of fact, the police officers couldn't even get in until, because they don't have a security card, they don't work there. Probably the fire department had to get there first, because they probably had a security key. And a big office building that holds so many people. Fire department has to have access to it if it's secured, or has to have a way to access it in the event of a fire emergency or something like that. Hazmat. And people pay these people to lie to them. It's so amazing. And they wait night after night to be lied to. Oh my goodness, it makes me sick. Or day after day. And then some of these Christian channels just picking on other churches and other preachers and other. There's so much division in that. It's crazy. No wonder there's only. No wonder out of 7.6 billion people on the earth, only 200 million are Christian. Because there's so much division in it, and then one religion talking about the other religions, and the only one that you'll find really, well, more decency in, well, you know what, I'm not even going to say that, because it's wonderful for the people that love the Holy Father and worship Him. That's a wonderful thing. If they live by the Ten Commandments, that is a most beautiful, wonderful thing. The problem is most people don't try to live by that. Well, they might not kill or steal, maybe, but I'm just rambling on now. I think I'm gonna call it a night in a minute. Let me go back to the scanner, see if they've updated anything on this man. EMS, what? Also on channel. They don't seem to be saying much. Uh, Bethel Park, Allegheny County, PA. I say South Park. I said Bethel Park. What is the population? It was founded in 1886. Um, 58 minutes ago. Alright, they haven't updated it yet. 45 minutes ago, man is listed in critical condition. No update yet. Alright. They're asking people with tips to call the tip line. Well, he was shot in the torso. Yeah, it's probably not good. Probably internal bleeding. Depending on where he was shot, it could have punctured the lung. It says, haven't given any information about a possible suspect. That's because they have him in custody already. Because he was on the phone at the same time telling them he was putting his gun outside and waiting on them. It was on Horning Road. It's been almost an hour. Maybe they'll give us another update. So sad. Nope.
Okay.
10-4, stand by, please. Your complainant's going to be in front of that location wearing a black and gray jacket and black pants at 2329.
South Center 2 dispatch.
Sound Center 2.
It's going alright. Can you show me one detained?
Copy 1 detained, 2329.
Okay.
2329. Saying that her daughter's vehicle is still there. The phone was found on the beach. She doesn't know if it was possibly a friend or not. I guess she lived with her mother and never came home. 2330. Dispatcher to 545 or 323 Charlie, routine check.
545. On scene, okay, please.
Copy, thank you, sir, 2330.
Dispatch.
Mike 3.
Can you give out the description of the suspect's skin?
10-4, 2 black males, one in a red shirt, medium build, 6 foot, straight jeans in his 20s, and then a black male, black shirt, tan pants, and then 20 small build.
No.
2330. Dispatch 325, Charlie, routine check.
49.
2331. Dispatch 331, Charlie, routine check with peanuts.
331, what's your home?
Copy, thank you, sir, 2332.
Oh, hey, Suzanne, sorry. I had stepped away from the computer, too. Oh, I don't even know. I had to go get something to drink. Feeling a little dehydrated. So, Kim of Pittsburgh was in the room. She said that that shooting happened is where she lives at, well, near where she lives. And the man that was shot is in critical condition, but I just read that he was shot in the torso. And
Dispatch 122J, routine check.
he's
No.
in critical condition, so I'm worried about that. It was the last man I saw get shot in the torso, and it was with a small caliber gun. And I don't know how close this guy was to him when he shot him, but the one I seen, the one I watched found, the guy was about. The guy was about 30 feet from him and shot him with a small caliber gun, and there was no blood. And there was a little trickle of blood when they carried his body away, but he bled internally. So, I don't know. I don't know. No, I haven't been. I don't have medical insurance, so no, I don't go to the doctors anymore.
228 zone, alarm, 509 Virginia Dare Drive, 509 Virginia Dare Drive, dispatch 228 Charlie.
Yeah, but wasn't that Sacramento situation crazy last night?
Charlie 228 Charlie 225 responding. It's on one getting second floor rear door. No answer from him. That's 2235.
You know, like I said, sometimes listening to it live, you know, what the police and fire departments go through. Can you imagine that when we do have this major catastrophe that's going to come to the earth, as Scripture tells us, and there's billions of people that need help all at once? Can you imagine how chaotic it's going to be? Yeah, that was sad listening to the officer. Shots fired, he's shooting again, he's shooting again. Back up, back up. You're in the hot zone, you're in the hot zone. Especially that family, they evacuated, and then they were being shot at again, and they had to make the family go up underneath their house, like in the crawl space or whatever, because they couldn't evacuate them safely. Yeah. We know that, you know, like I said, even if the chemtrails, let's say they're not chemtrails, let's, for argument's sake, let's say they're contrails. Even if they were contrails, what's changed in our atmosphere to make us see that many marks in the sky? You know? Anyway, I believe that, like I said the other day, I believe the fourth angel has pulled out the vial on the sun. And I believe the sun has slowly been scorching the earth for a couple of years now. It's definitely intensified within the last few months. But I believe the chemtrails is to reflect the radiation back up. You know, the UVC. And I mean, even there was an article in NASA a couple of years ago about them doing that. They were going to spray aluminum to reflect the sunlight back up to keep some of the heat off the earth. Oh, some of it is supernatural, yeah. And then some of it is also meteors. See, what people don't realize is there's meteors coming in every day too. And all you'll see is the trail. You know, the sky's so mocked up that, you know, it's hard for people to tell that it's a meteor leaving a trail instead of a plane. I think the trailing is multi-purpose. One is to reflect the radiation back out, and I believe there's magnets and other things up there where they try to catch, like they're trying to build a net in the sky to catch some of the meteors. And then some of it may also be because they're expecting a CME to wipe out power grids or EMP from another country. And they might be trying to make a big battery in the sky too for when that happens. Who knows? But it clearly isn't because the government wants to kill everyone. That is just the most ludicrous idea that people could have. Because if they were trying to kill everyone, they wouldn't be trying to kill themselves and destroy the plants they're going to eat and the water they need to drink. So they're not trying to, and they could do it much cheaper and much easier, and people wouldn't even know it. They could release a gas in the air, odorless and colorless, and they could wear their little gas mask, you know, and everybody be dead and wouldn't even know it. If that's what they were trying to do. They wouldn't have to be spraying the skies year after year, day after day, spending billions of dollars all around the world, and and really they're keeping 100,000 pilots hush hush. What? No. Anyway, but you know, I guess the reprobate minds want to believe that. So I can see somebody thinking that at first when they don't know what's going on, but you know, once you think about it and use some common sense and well, you know, maybe, you know, since I live in a military town and I see NASA, I see the Navy pilots, I see naval commanders, I see Army commanders, I see SEALs, I see Marines, you know, I see the Coast Guard, I see the police, I see, I see lots of stuff here, and none of them are wearing masks. Their children aren't wearing masks. They're drinking public water. They're eating public food. They're sitting out at the stadium watching their kid play a soccer game while the jets are flying right over top of us, you know, with trails behind them. So they're not sitting there, especially the higher up officers, sitting there knowing they're getting sprayed. Just doesn't make sense. And like I said, they'd be destroying themselves along with us. So that plan, that theory, holds no validity in my book. But what is valid is what Scripture says is going to happen. So I can understand, you know, people that aren't Christian believe in that, but I don't understand Christians believe in it because they're supposed to believe the Bible, and the Bible said all this was going to happen. So anyway, oh wow, I never even cut on my phone tonight. I totally forgot. The Skype wasn't up. Hey John, how are you? How was your day? How are you feeling? How's Diana feeling? How's your beautiful CJ feeling? Oh, is he? Yeah, he was talking to us earlier, and then he said something about his plants um, growing really beautiful, going wild or whatever. Yeah, some people have a good take on things or interesting take, and then some are just pushing propaganda, and you know, and it's fine if you present, you know, actual facts, and then you have a certain way of believing. But when they falsify documents and uh, edit videos and just like that poor Mr. B had to recant that video that someone sent him, or those pictures that someone sent him of all that water disappearing. He had to recant it when he found out that that particular area, that's been happening forever. It happens all the time. It's nothing unusual. But he came back and said that. He said, look, whoever sent that picture and thought it was, abnormal and blah, blah, blah. He's like, well, the people that live there said it happens all the time. So, anyway, like I think it was Daryl, Dare to Question, called in one night and said that people are trying to make something out of where he lives, the flooding, and he said it happens all the time. Diana's got to get up because CJ woke up, fell asleep around 4. Oh, wow. Well, he just woke up and he's been asleep since 4. Uh-oh, he's going to be up kind of late, huh? Or you fell asleep at 4. I'm doing okay. Diana got up because CJ woke up. Oh, alright, I think I read that wrong. But yes. Oh, so John, have you seen any? Oh, I like your short 37-second video earlier today. Yeah, well, I mean, thanks. Um, I don't think it really matters what I look like, but since people wanted to make an issue of it, I figure whatever. Um, I wanted to put a face with the voice and the people that they're talking to, and I prefer to use a picture um, since we're trying to attract everyone. I don't want everybody to know they're talking to some old lady because then they might not tune in, the younger generation that we're trying to lead to Christ. So, I chose the picture I chose for a reason, but whatever. I'll put it back eventually. But, this color one that's beside the black and white, which the black and white was a still shot from the video that's up there now. But, the other one is from February, from the first video that I did, February 14th or whatever day it was. That was a still shot from that one. And you see, I was looking up, like looking up to the skies, to the heavens. But anyway, I forgot what I was gonna say. The um oh, John. So I've been seeing these birds with these super, 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 super bright white, glowing white, neon glowing white, radiated whatever wings. Have you seen any of those yet? Put my foot in my chatterbox. Oh no, you're fine, Suzanne. I don't even think I started up Skype. I never did start it up tonight because I was doing the, where's my button for it? Um, um, so anyway, there's something going on with these birds that have these glowing white wings. Okay, so the other times that I've seen them, the sun happened to be out, right? And I was like, well, I've been, I'm 50, almost 57 years old. I have seen the, the seagulls and doves and everything else fly in the sunlight, for 57 years. I've never seen birds' wings that look like they were glowing white, like paint, like enamel, super bright white primer paint or something. I don't even know how to explain it. And just abnormal, very abnormal. Not. And so anyway, the sun was usually out, so I'm like, okay, well, the sun's bright white, crazy now, so maybe. So today we had that storm over us, and the entire sky was dark. And this bird had those glowing white, it looked like a seagull. The under part of the wings wasn't glowing white like that; they were regular white. The top of the bird was glowing, neon, radiated, nuclear white. I don't know how to explain it. And then I came back in the house, and I saw a pigeon. You know, gray with a little black, but then the white part of the wings was super, super glowing white. So, and then I had the petrified frog last week, and then the trainer tells me he's seen a whole bunch of them. So, what is going on? I tell you, I think the angel poured the fourth vial on the sun so it could scorch the earth. I think that is exactly what is going on. That's why the UVC is reaching the ground. It's, well, I said, maybe from Fukushima too. I made a joke about that, but honestly, I think it's from the sun. I think it, or they are from another realm, because like I said, I'm 57 years old. I've been watching birds for a long time, especially our birds here. I'm from the same area, so you know, and the seagull that, and then the pigeon today. I'm not even sure what kind of bird it was at work that had that crazy bright white. But it's like the moon. Burnt my eyes for 10 minutes the other day after I quit looking at the moon. The moon was still burnt in my eyes for 10 minutes. I'm like, that is way too bright. That's crazy. Whenever you need to put on sunglasses to look at the moon. But um, whether they're chemtrailing or it's contrails, at this point, I don't care who people are. They got to know something's wrong when they look up in the sky. The atmosphere is completely changed. It doesn't look. Nothing looks the same. Oh, is there scripture about it, John? About the birds from heaven? Because I'm telling you, these things are. They're unbelievable. They're so bright, it's unbelievable. It's like definitely nothing here that we've ever seen before. It looks like they are like they are lit up. Like they're completely covered in white light and lit up. It is the strangest looking thing. I'm gonna catch one on video. I don't know, but it's something going on. They're either birds from heaven or it's definitely another sign from heaven. That's for sure. Let me see if there's scripture about white birds. Well, you cut me short. What happened here? Try it again. Scripture about white birds. Well, like I said, the other bird wasn't even white, but the part of him that was white was the pigeon was still glowing, really crazy looking. The Bible, in the Bible, many of the references, birds of the heavens teach us these aren't stories. Forgive me. I don't know. It just said there's 55 different scriptures about birds. Um, what are the birds of heaven? The birds of heaven travel with. I wonder, is there anything about birds in Revelations or in any of the end time prophecies? I'm sorry, I'm still looking. Somebody was in here earlier though and said that um, maybe it was Suzanne. Somebody said that there was a couple other channels. Some people were talking about this crazy glowing birds. Yeah, Kim of Pittsburgh said I had more news about the shooting in PA than the news did there. Well, that's because I knew about it before they did. And when they got to the scene, the police came over the radio. One police officer came over the radio to another police officer and asked where the staging area was for the media. And he says, "No staging area for media. Tell them to get out of here." And he had that like New Jersey type accent. Tell them to get out of here. Tell them to go to the municipal center. Like they were mad at the media or something. And then a car got stuck on the railroad track at the same area where they were working the shooting. But we pray that that man's okay because he's in critical condition. Last night I covered the Sacramento shooting live, and Suzanne was in here listening to it with me, and it was crazy what was going on. We were listening to while the guy was still shooting at the police, and they were trying to get people out of their houses, away from the scene. And then one of the cop cars was rolling up, and the other guy was on the radio saying, "Back up, back up, back up, back up, back up," like 10 times. "You're in the hot zone, you're in the hot zone." And then you could hear shots fired. And then one of them took a bullet in the arm, and then he shot up one of their gas tank or gas fuel lines or whatever. But the officer that he shot initially passed. She was only 26 years old, and he wouldn't let the police help her because they were trying to, she was shot in the yard, laying in the yard, and they were trying to get to her. When they went to try to get to her to help her, he started shooting at them again, so they couldn't help her. So she laid there for 50-some minutes until they got an armored truck up in there to block his bullets so they could get her, off the grass and over to an ambulance, but she passed away. And then they were nice enough to negotiate. Well, they kept getting fired at all night long. We kept hearing them. Talking about he's shooting again. He's fired. Shots fired. Shots fired. Anyway, so apparently he surrendered sometime this morning, and which surprised me a little bit of that outcome because he's already killed an officer and shot at officers all night long. And they had the authorization to use lethal force um, yesterday evening. They had already been authorized to use lethal force. So, and they didn't. Um, she died, and she was 26. So he kept shooting for hours and hours and hours and hours. Suzanne and I were listening to it until they finally cut the scanner feed, and it said up there that we're cutting the feed to keep the officers safe, and when the situation is um, over with, or that's not whatever word they used, I forgot. It means the same thing. When it was done with, then they would come back online, and they did afterwards. But yeah, we were listening to it while they were trying to evacuate people from their houses, and one family they had to make them go up underneath their house because they couldn't get them out safe because he started shooting again. So they couldn't get that family out, and then they were cutting off power in the whole neighborhood, and they were trying everything, and he just kept shooting for hours. Don't know what kind of gun he had or any of that yet. Just know that because I didn't read anything else about it. Once I saw the officer had passed, I didn't even read the rest of the story. But this man tonight, I don't know, he's in critical condition. The guy that shot him was on the phone with the police 3 minutes after he'd shot him. Told him he'd put his guns outside. Oh, they had him apprehended within 6 minutes of the first call from the wife saying her husband had been shot. So, I don't know. But he's in critical condition, shot in the torso. He's 49 years old. And it seemed like the last call that the police put on the radio may not have been good because it sounded like the detective was going to go to the hospital, and that may be for an upgrade on the, not an upgrade, an update on the condition of the man. Demon birds? It was, who it was, I don't know. She had more demon bird view on things. Um, I didn't think of demons when I saw these birds. I thought of angelic type things. Although, you know, I did think Fukushima radiation at first, you know. Because I'm like, what in the world would make these birds glow white like that? Yeah, I don't remember if he was here last night or not. I know his brother's been sick. He's had to take his brother to the doctors a couple of times. And there's never any way to call him. Oh, I think he was here earlier yesterday. I had an earlier show during the day for a little while, and I think he was at that one. Yeah, because he made a comment about, oh no, that was imminent. I forget, but I think Patrick was there. I'd have to go back and look. Yeah, he's been popping up and around. I seen he made some comments on Mike's channel too. And James was here last night. Was that last night? Yeah, it was last night. James, um, and I forgot who else. Rule and a bunch of people. Not a bunch of people, but good people. There is something with these birds. I've got to catch it on video or at least still shots if I can, because it's something, definitely something I've never seen in almost 57 years until here lately. Let me see. Let me try to Google that, glowing birds. Oh, Starry Night's been here too, yeah. I think it was yesterday. I saw Starry Night yesterday. Yeah, because I was shocked to see Starry Night so early. Yeah, good for James. Um, Birds with glowing white wings. Nope, none of these pictures match what I'm talking about. Those are just regular white wings. Birds containing the color sheen or iridescence. No, I'm not talking about iridescent blue and green or black. Nope. Nope. They don't have anything up here that describes what I'm seeing. Nope. But then there was still this thing that I saw last year, and it was like these, I don't know what they were, but it was like 25 of them, and they were bright white lights, and they came down in this formation, and they hovered for a minute, and they took off, and still don't know what they were. They, they were beautiful. I was thinking they were like angels being sent down or something. I don't know what they were. I honestly don't. But they were, I'd say that's the most beautiful, strange thing that I've seen, or thing that I can't explain. And then, I still think those red meteors are just super gorgeous and peaceful looking. Of course, they're small, so unless they're not actually meters that's coming down, these little red lights, maybe there's something else. I'm calling them meteors because that's the only thing that I would know that comes out of the sky, like, light falling down like that. I've seen blue and green meteors. Me and my boss did. You got 37,000 shares of stock and over the counter for 18 cents per share. They build solar panels here in Florida. Went up 3 cents. Oh, wow. Wow. I wish I knew how to invest in stocks. But anyway, wow, that's good, John. Yeah, I bet solar panels can energize a lot of stuff right now. Because that sun is crazy. The energy it's putting out. Wow. Well, thank goodness the storms have calmed down for the night. And I hope no other crazy people do anything crazy in this world tonight to hurt anybody. But, wow. Where is... I thought. Would California require new homes to have solar panels? Oh, yeah, exactly, John. Um, yeah, that's one of the things. Remember, California painted their streets white, trying to keep some of the heat out. And then even here in Virginia Beach, they started, they used to do that black tar on the roofs. But now it's white tar. They actually retard the roofs at my job with that white tar. When I first started seeing these birds with these crazy white wings, that's the first thing I thought was like somebody painted them with some neon white fluorescent glowing paint. I mean, that's how unnatural it looks. But I know I'm seeing a lot of signs bleach out and stuff. And we know the coral reef's already bleached. So I do believe the fourth angel poured the vial on the sun already. That's just my opinion. The good thing the scanner is quiet right now. Oh, John, so earlier today, um, when I turned on my weather app, there was 37 or 36 tornado warnings at once across the U.S. 36. I've never seen it all red before, but every rectangle box was red. I was like, oh my goodness. NASA Langley Research Center drops regional jet to analyze impact data. Oh, look at this fool in court for death of stepdaughter. He looks like your nice neighborhood neighbor. He was a person of interest in the case. I don't think I'm going to read that. A lot of beautiful birds here. I bet. Aw. I'd have to look them up to see what they look like. Red-headed crane pit. Oh, they are pretty. Wow. Look at that wingspan. Oh, how cute. They're looking straight up in the air and like they're singing to the heavens. It's so cute. They range from 42 to 46 inches in length. Oh, so I was listening to Trump and some other, which I seldom listen to anything political anymore, but I listened to some today. The world is sure in a mess. And then, the things that Iran has done. Um, but you got people calling that a conspiracy, saying Israel did it to blame it on Iran. Mayaca State Park, about 6 miles from the crow fly home, from home. Oh, wow. You have 2 ponds with fish. Wow, you haven't lost any fish to birds? Or you have lost fish to birds? And the birds pass each other in flight, and they're like, I'm going to John's house to grab some dinner. Do you have hummingbirds there? That's an amazing little bird, the hummingbird. The wings go so fast. Have I seen the projected timeline on YouTube? Projected timeline for what? Is it a timeline for when we're going to war? Oh, wow. No, I haven't seen the projected timeline for NWO. I figure I don't figure that's going to happen until, just personally me, I don't figure that's going to happen until Antichrist is taking his his reign, his control. That's when I think that'll happen. There'll be, there'll be. That's just me. I don't think that's going to happen until the third temple is built, and whether it's a fake alien invasion or a real demon invasion that people think's an alien invasion, or that something similar to that is going to happen, and some person or entity or something that's going to be able to work miracles. And I think when we see that, then we'll see the NWO. Okay. Okay, I'll look for it, John. Right, Suzanne. Yeah, Scripture tells us that. That's why I'm looking for the signs um, in nature. But, there's some things happening politically that also point to stuff. But I just don't think there's going to be, uh, I don't think there's going to be a one world currency, a one world church, and a one world law, and a one world religion until Antichrist is on this, sitting in the temple. But that's just my feeling on it. Oh, I seen this timeline a long time ago. Yeah, I seen this picture years ago. They may have changed the dates on it now, but I saw this years ago. Let me see what it says now. Israeli election. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't think we're going to have two one world leaders. It's only going to be one. That's going to be the Antichrist that sits on the temple. That's just my belief on it. And it's going to be the one world, currency then, and it's going to be one world religion because everybody's going to believe and he's going to try to make everybody serve him. But, I might be wrong, and we might have two one world orders. Might have this one and then Satan's. Because definitely going to have Satan's.
James here preaching for the next couple of minutes with me. I have burned over, I don't know, about $7 million online in the last 2.5 years. And before that, I was in the old world. I was negative $60,000 in debt. And now, today, I'm coming from you from Anonymous, where I took not only my, thank you for watching this video.
They say peace. They're going to say peace and safety more than once. I think. And no one's going to buy into peace and safety unless they think that, as far as the whole world goes, unless they think like there was a major catastrophe coming to destroy the whole world and someone is saving us from that, then they'll think peace and safety for the world, to make a one world uh, unite type of situation. Um, I don't know. I mean, anything's possible. Absolutely anything is possible at this point. But I think it's going to be bigger than. See, and it's going to. He's going to have to break the covenant. He's going to have to make a covenant, a 7-year covenant, and then halfway through it, he breaks it. So let's see if I can listen to this, because some of the stuff I can't listen to while the channel's running, because depending on who is by, um, it'd be copyright material.
This video, we will look at a plan that the globalists and those that control the governments
I'm gonna have to find a picture of this though that I saw years
to
ago.
see. The goal of this plan is to
The
start
only thing different is the dates at the bottom.
world order under one global government, and a single world ruler will be established. This is probably one of the most important videos I have published to date, and today I will show you how this plan has been presented to us in plain sight for all to see. Most people in the world believe that life will simply continue as it does today, not knowing that the time of this plan's implementation is shown to be fast approaching. I've recently published a video in which certain parts of this plan have been exposed already. I would recommend that you watch this video if you have not seen it yet, to address any missing details in today's. It may also answer some of the questions you may have that I will not fully cover again in today's video. So let us get to the details of what I need to share with you today. Recently, I came across this article on the internet in which the French President Emmanuel Macron stated very emphatically that Brexit, or Britain's planned departure from the European Union, with or without a deal in place, will not be extended past the current deadline date of October 31st, 2019. Now, I think it is important that we look at events associated with Brexit on a timeline, as this will give insight into this plan when we relate it to other events that also seem to be associated with this timing. A referendum was held in the United Kingdom on June 23rd, 2016, in which the majority of those who voted chose to leave the European Union. On March 29th of 2017, Article 50, which allows any EU member state to withdraw from the EU and outlining the procedures for doing so, was formally triggered in writing by the UK's Prime Minister
I mean, there's a lot of,
to the European Council President Donald Tusk.
I
This
don't know,
started a
there's a lot
two-year
of
countdown to the
reading, trying to read into what's
As far as
happening in
yesterday became known
politics,
as Brexit, the new
and
exit date was then set
a
for
lot of the
11
stuff
a.m. on March 29th of 2019. However, failure to agree within the House of Commons then led a
sounds,
vote
you
on
know,
March 14th, 2019, through which
sounds
the
like
UK
it could be
government's permission from
biblical.
the EU to agree on a later Brexit date by extending Article 50. Theresa May requested this date to be set as June 30th, to which the EU responded with two possible
I'm
departure
gonna
dates,
find that picture
depending
though.
on the outcome of the withdrawal agreement within the UK government and EU.
Not right now,
These
but
were
I'll
set
find
at
it.
May 22nd if the withdrawal agreement was approved, or if not, the date would have been set at April 12th.
But I just don't think
In the
that the
days that
one world
followed,
thing
it
is
was
gonna
thought
happen.
that agreement could be reached, which prompted Prime Minister May to seek a further extension to Article 50, and at a meeting of the European Council
Oh, let me
held
see
on
if it showed up in my thing yet. Maybe I can pull it up.
postponed Brexit until October 31st. French President Macron has now stated that
Um,
October 31st is his final
let me look. I'm ignoring these warnings. That's for Nebraska and Kansas and Nebraska. Alright, what am I looking for? I don't think it's uploaded yet. No. Oh, it'd be cool if I had caught that bird by accident today when I was shooting video. Probably not. I'm trying to see if I see this. This bird. I'll have to look for it later. I really need to share this video with y'all, but I can't download it yet. Not yet. It'd be nice if this bird showed up in this one. Because I didn't see him till I ran out of space on my phone because I was recording other stuff.
Oh, that looks a little spooky right there. Let's hope they don't turn into nothing.
Yeah, it could, John, it could follow that timeline, but we'll have to see. Alright, waiting on this to refresh again. Look what's going to happen between the U.S. and Iran. Yeah, I know, that's not. Yeah, exactly. Right. Not until Jesus comes. You know, but there's people claiming that there's people claiming that the Iranians didn't attack that that it was actually Israel. that did that. So I was watching this supposedly Christian news channel, and the whole chat room was calling Israel Satan. The people, everybody who lives in Israel is satanic and demons, and they were going on and on and on and on, and I'm like, oh my goodness, is this really supposed to be a Christian chat? Yeah, I'm assuming they'll work out some kind of deal. I don't know. I don't. I don't think everything else is so unstable right now. It would not be a wise time to go to. Well, no time is wise to me to go to war, but I don't think it would be strategically wise based on the tensions um, elsewhere. So I'm sure they'll come to some other resolve. For now, I might be wrong. I just don't see it happening right now, and I hope it doesn't. But we know there's going to be Gog and Magog, or we know there's going to be a third world war. Well, maybe it will start with this incident. Because we know that all the other signs in nature are unfolding in front of us. So yeah, maybe it is time. You're not saying that the timeline is correct, but it's something. Yes, yeah, yeah. Very true, John. Very true. But I watched a video like this a couple of years ago with the timelines, and I don't know if it was this guy that did it. It may have been because I know I've heard him before, but I'm not sure. But the pictures were like that. The timeline was like that, and but it had different scenarios back then. If this happens and this happens and this happens, and it didn't come to fruition. But it, anything's possible nowadays, and the timeline we're in spiritually, yes, it all could unfold very quickly. But I just don't think the NWO will start until Antichrist is actually sitting on the seat. And, I just, and I might be wrong, but I think the third temple will be complete then, and that's where it'll take place. And it doesn't have to though. He could start anywhere first, and then work his way there. I said anything is definitely possible. We got glowing birds, we got glowing clouds, we got rainbow clouds, and I'm not talking about the shape of a rainbow, but we got clouds that are colors of a rainbow without the shape. But one of the scriptures says something about one of the angels when they come back, that they'll have a halo, a rainbow over their head. And I forgot, but I was reading it the other night, and it's the first time I actually read that particular verse. And I was like, whoa, I think we've already seen that in the sky. President Donald J. Trump has drawn the line in the sand, and Iran keeps challenging him. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Like I said, I was listening to him talk today. Uh, all we can do is hope that everyone learns who Christ is right quick. It's only going to escalate. Every day is escalating. Every day. And I think that bright white moon burning in your eyes for 10 minutes is, you know, something people really need to be paying attention to. The signs are there. John, personally, I think the fourth angel poured out the vial on the sun to scorch the earth. I don't think it, it didn't say it was going to happen all at once, like they pour out the vial and then bam, the earth is on fire. But the UVC is doing its damage. Everyone's guessing where World War III. Yeah. Yeah, John, me too. But you know what the scripture says? Um, Knowledge will increase and man will be running to and fro. I think the man running to and fro is on the internet. Because it says knowledge will increase and man will be running to and fro. I think what it meant, and I might be wrong, but it meant man's going to be looking under every rock, running to and fro for information, for what's going on, trying to put pieces together and stuff. And some of them, are going down deep rabbit holes to uncover stuff that is either not there or it is there and there's nothing we can do about it. And I don't know. I just wish people would focus on scripture more and how we can lead people to know that Jesus is the Messiah that was prophesied about in the Old Testament and that he did fulfill those prophecies. 7.4 billion people are not saved or not Christians. That's a lot. I wish I was good enough to write a book. And I would quit work if I could and work on this book and have it published and try to get every media thing to cover it and whatnot. It would have to be clever though to get everybody to read it. But you know how people are fascinated by prophets. Like Nostradamus and Edgar Casey and this fireman that. Anyway, um, because it's all prophecy in the Old Testament, and then all those prophecies came true as far as Jesus being the Messiah. And now the prophecies in Revelations and in Daniel and everything else that talks about the end times is all coming true right in front of people's eyes. But Tamara says she would help me with it when she gets back. She's off the grid again. She says when she gets back, she'll help me get the scriptures together from the Old Testament and compare them with the New Testament scriptures that prove Jesus fulfilled those all. It'd be so sad, but you know, it says the path is narrow. And I used to think it meant, you know, that it was so hard to live without sin. But I'm thinking now maybe it means because there's probably 4-5 billion people that believe the Holy Father. They believe the Old Testament. They believe the Torah, the Tanakh, and whatever it is in other languages. They believe it, but they don't believe Jesus is the Messiah. So maybe that's the path that's narrow, that they all worship the Holy Father, but they don't worship him through Jesus as Jesus said you had to. Because the rules changed once Jesus was sacrificed. That part about death and the wage for our sin changed. And they don't know that. If the figures are true, and there are that many people that are not saved, it is a shame. The figures are pretty, I think they're pretty accurate, John. Because, I mean, you can give or take a million or two that are Christian from that number, you know? But they go based by Christian churches, um, Christian books sold, um, you know, how many members are in each Christian church. Now, we know there's Christians that don't go to church, but at some point, most of them did anyway, so it's still registered as a Christian. There's only 200-some million Christians in the world, and that leaves 7.4 billion people that are not Christian. And then I figure out them, and I haven't really gone everywhere to get the math right yet, but let's say even if 5 billion of them worship the Holy Father in their religious belief and don't know about Jesus. Or maybe it's only 3 billion people or 2 billion people that worship the Holy Father, and the rest are atheists or non-believers or whatever. You know, whatever. I know 7.4 billion people are not Christian. So 7.4 billion people are at risk. Hello, Lulu, beautiful. How are you, honey? So, Lulu, update on the Sacramento live shooting that we were listening to last night. The police officer died. She was 26 years old. She didn't make it. They finally got the guy in custody after hours and hours and hours of him shooting at the officers. And even though they had the permission to use lethal force at the very beginning of that shooting, they didn't. And they talked them into surrendering sometime this morning. Yeah. Yeah, she was 26. And the sad thing is that she laid there suffering for 50-some minutes. And the other officers couldn't get to her because every time they tried to go get tried to go help her, he would start shooting again. So she may have made it had she not laid there so long before they could get to her. And they still didn't shoot him. That's what I'm amazed about. And they were authorized to use lethal force. I don't know if California has a death penalty for killing an officer, because I know it's a federal law, but California's got their own thing going on. And of course, I don't approve of the death penalty, but last night when he kept shooting officers, and another one got shot in the arm, and I mean, he just kept shooting for hours and hours. And you could hear the police. One policeman was on there hollering at the other one, "Back up, back up, back up." He said it like 10 times because the police officer was pulling up in what they call the hot zone. In other words, where the guy could, shoot him at. And the officer was screaming over the radio, "Back up, back up, back up. You're in the hot zone. You're in the hot zone." And then he backed up. Then you heard shots fired. And he got shot in the arm. Another one, he shot the gas tank or whatever. The guy was trying to move, and the other officer came on the radio and said, "You're leaking fuel all over the ground." So they were very patient with him. And maybe because it was in a residential neighborhood, and some of the people, they were trying to get out of their houses. They couldn't, because every time they went to try to get them out, evacuate them, he would be shooting at them. So what's the temperature there during the day, Lulu? It was a domestic. It was the domestic quarrel, and the girlfriend or wife or whatever she was trying to leave them. So they had answered a call for domestic violence at like 3:30 in the afternoon. At 6 o'clock, the police officers, the one that got shot, and a couple of other police officers, were outside standing around so the woman could go in and get her belongings, safely. Well, the man came home, went in the house, came back out and started shooting. And then when he shot that officer and she was laying there on the ground, he wouldn't let the officers come up and help her. He kept shooting at them. They finally got an armored car, a bulletproof truck. When they got, and that took 50 minutes to get it out there. When they got that out there and they pulled that up in front of her body so they could get her body, and then the ambulances had to wait down the street in the safe zone before she could get help. I mean, she was still alive, but she didn't make it at the hospital. Oh, that's it. Domestic dispute. So what is 28 Celsius? Is that like 60, 70 degrees Fahrenheit? And then tonight there was a shooting in PA, and we were covering that. And all we know is so far the guy's in the hospital in critical condition. I don't know if that's changed yet. Okay, Suzanne. Wow, she's up late tonight. That's right, she's out of school now for the summer, right? Well, I'm glad everything seemed to calm down for the evening. The storms and maybe the crime. I don't know. Um, I've seen some really good NDE stories, really good ones. I want to start doing a thing on that after we get the stuff together to prove the Old Testament accurate. And that warning is in Kansas, and the other one is in Nebraska. They're being. Oh, we still had another one in North Carolina? No, Nebraska. Yeah, and Kim of Pittsburgh came in and she said it was see, I heard it on my scanner, so I knew about it before it ever hit the news. As a matter of fact, when the media got there, you could hear the cops talking on the radio. One of the cops asked the other cop, media wants to know where the staging area is. Another cop came over the radio, no staging area for media. Tell them to get out of here. And he said it with a New Jersey accent. It was so cute. I was like, wow, they must be mad at the media for some reason. He was like, tell them get out of here. Tell them to go to the municipal center. But unfortunately, that man is in critical condition. But the dude that shot him called right in to the police because first call came in was the wife calling in, my husband's been shot by a man. 3 minutes later, the next thing over the radio is the man, the suspect, is on the line with the police and he has set his gun outside. So in other words, he's turning himself in, telling the police the gun's outside. 6 minutes later, the call comes. The police have apprehended the suspect and they have two guns secured. And then medics are on the scene at work, which sounded like they meant they were performing CPR, which is not a good sign. And then detectives were on the scene doing the investigation, and they found some neighbors that actually had cameras in their yard, so they were trying to pull all the video from all that, even though the guy had turned himself in. So within 6 minutes after the first call for the shooting came in, they already had the suspect in custody and had secured the guns. But that's, he turned himself in. He told them where he was. Yeah, I shot him. I'm here. Whatever. He told them. And then the next call was someone was trying to turn around. I don't know if it was media or what, on the railroad tracks and got the car stuck on the railroad tracks at the same time that they were trying to, you know, investigate the shooting. So that's all we know about it. But Kim was like, wow, you know more than the news does on this so far. So it was good to see her, Kim of Pittsburgh. I think the only other time I seen her was when I covered that tornado in PA. Yeah, I haven't even been out to look at the moon. We had some storms roll through, but they didn't last long here. I know Rose said the winds got up to 60 miles an hour where she was. I know Paul, my sister's fiance, said the wind shook his truck so bad he was holding on tight to the steering wheel. He was blowing his truck all over the road. Yeah, Kim from Pittsburgh, or Kim of Pittsburgh, or whatever it was. Yeah, so you had Suzanne, LD, and Kim in here, since they were all from PA. And then when first she was like, "Well, can I ask where it was at?" And I told her. She said, "Oh, that's where I live at." I'm like, "Yeah, well, that's what's happening right now." Tried to take a photo of Jupiter last night, but couldn't. It kept jumping in the frame. Yeah, isn't that strange when it does that? You should have did videos that show it jumping in and out of the frame. But some people don't believe that them stars be doing some crazy stuff up there in them planets. Our local news on TV, Channel 16 affiliation with ABC, used to get cable. Um, your arm got right. I feel you. I feel you, Lulu. Yeah, Sean was in here for a few minutes earlier too, John. Sean from the UK. He must be working a lot now. Um, oh, isn't that sweet? I got my little thumbs down for the night. Oh, I feel so special. um, anyway, let me see if I can find out what happened. Any update on him? Bethel Park, Allegheny County, PA shooting. Looks like everything's from 3 hours ago. No, they haven't updated it since then. No update. Be nice to hear him out of critical condition. A stable condition would be nice. Good night, John. God bless you. We love you. God loves you. We love Diana and CJ and the rest of your beautiful family. And that was a warning for Kansas and Nebraska. There's a bunch of counties this time. Good gracious. Phillips, Smith, Adams, Buffalo, Franklin, Dumas, Gosper, Harlan, Kearney or Keeney. I can't quite make out if that's an R in front of the N. I think it is. Phelps and Webster counties. Alrighty, another one. Nebraska for Cherry County. So I seen a picture. It's supposed to have been some like 6 to 8 inch piece of hail or more. Don't know though if it was actually hail or if it was a glob of ice, you know, that melted and refroze. Not sure, because I went to the area it was supposed to happen in Arkansas, and for somebody to take and post a picture on YouTube and didn't send it to their local news, you know, I find out a little strange, because we always send pictures to the local news for weather around here, to all of them. And you would think a piece of hail that big, first of all, there would have been more than one in that area, so there would have been more than one report of it. You know, unless it was a really super raw, real, you know, like population, uh, 30 people or something, which is a possibility too. But, you know, the scripture tells us that the hail is going to be uh, big as talents, which is like 70 pounds, I think we figured out what a talent was. So, I mean, we still got to look for that to come. But it's getting bigger and bigger, that's for sure. So if that was an actual piece of hail, that was really big. Really big. Oh my gosh, so that little alien video, supposedly alien video, the lady's door camera was supposed to have caught this video of something, right? And it got over 1 million hits from Facebook, and then Inside Edition actually interviewed her, and I even wrote up there, I'm like, I can't believe y'all covered this story. Because you can see from the shadow, from the porch light, that it opens the door and comes straight out the door, right? Now, had it been something, so it came out of her house, in other words. So, and you know, some people say, yeah, it looks like a kid in pajamas with some underwear on top of his head. And she has a 9-year-old son. You know, and they asked her, well, could it have been your son? Oh, no, I don't let him go out at dark. I'm like, okay. She said, you know, she asked her, what, you know, does your son like to dance around and put underwear on his head? She's like, well, he does like to joke, and he likes to dance, and he likes to play jokes, and we're like, okay. Anyway, you know, she's like, she claims her camera only works for 10 seconds. But it would have caught, had it been something that had walked up to her door and opened her door, the motion sensor would have caught that as well. So you would have seen it walking up, you would have seen it open the door, you would have seen the shadow, you know, the door opening, like you did when it opened and it walked out. So, I don't know. But, you know, there's 1 million people thinking, oh, it's an alien. But it's really cute video. I mean, he does this cute, cool little chicken dance. But Australian media played that. Yes, 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 absolutely. So I'm saying is making all this publicity around the world, and it's her son in some pajamas with some underwear on his head. And like I say, you can see when the door opens, and they come straight out the door. It's not something turning around at the door. Like he was facing the door, and then like he was gonna ring the doorbell or go in and change his mind or whatever. The door opens, he comes straight out, and then, like I said, if it was something that came up to the house, the motion sensor would have picked that up first. And since it didn't, anyway, yeah. It was cute. The chicken dance was super cute. But now that the military's talking about, now that the military's talking about UFO sightings and stuff being legit, now people are really going to buy into anything um, alien looking or whatever media has painted aliens to look like. As we know, we don't really, but fallen angels or whatever. But y'all, I'm gonna have to get some sleep here. I'm not feeling too good. I mean, so if y'all want, I could put some Chuck Missler on and leave the chat open. Y'all can listen to some Chuck Missler. Oh yeah, we know demons are legit. That's for sure, Suzanne. Yeah. Anunnaki doing the thriller. You're funny, Lulu. That actually would have been a good title for the video. Except I think the Anunnaki are going to be really big. I think they're the fallen. I mean, they're the Nephilim, the giants. And they might not be, but who knows? Seems like we're going to find out real soon, huh? As things amp up, ramp up, escalate, intensify. Yeah, story for Mike. Yeah, that would be a good one for him. Yeah, you're sleepy too. Yeah, yeah, me too. I'm just not feeling good. So, God bless you, ladies. God loves you, and so do I. And whoever else is lurking, listening, or who will listen later, God loves you. And Jesus is the answer. And the Holy Spirit can comfort you and guide you. Alright, I love you, ladies. God bless you. And may everyone have peaceful, awesome dreams tonight. And let's pray for that man that's in critical condition, of course, and everyone else in the world. Love you. Good night.